and you can use it.
Hello. All right. Sure. Thank you. Sergey. Hello, so welcome all. We are extremely sorry for the delay. We got held up at various places. So we'll begin with, as always, with a short introduction by our very own Jaya, who tell you about Auroville and Unity Pavilion specifically, and Art for Land project a little bit, and the exhibition that's going on. And really great to have you again. Enjoy the evening, and I'm so glad you all made it all the way here in this very special place. Yeah, thank you.
So very, very welcome everybody to Unity Pavilion and to this poetry festival, which we are very happy to have every year at Unity Pavilion, that you come out and join here. This usually coincides with our Art for Land exhibition. This year it's the Golden Light, it is called. And it is, you can go around and look, and it is Auroville and Ashram artists who are exhibiting. It's a very, very, very nice exhibition. Part is in this hall, and part is in the Hall of Peace. Gayatri wanted me to say a few things about Auroville also. You might be aware that these last 4 or 5 years, we have had quite a lot of upheaval in different ways. Some of it still goes on. The good news is that the city is happening, which I think many of us are really, really happy about. I think some of you, when you came, you drove on parts of the crown to come here. There is more light coming down with the openness, also physically. And projects are coming. We had a meeting here a few days ago, and it was very, very inspiring. There were 300 Aurovillians, so for the first time it was really a feeling like, yeah, we'll be able to continue to work together. We will be able to go beyond our limitations and our, how to say, anchorings, no? And go ahead, forge ahead. So that is all very nice, and big projects that are upcoming. And also we usually have had maybe 100 newcomers per year. Now we have, I think, between more than 300 who are in process, and more people who are in their files on the tables to be coming. So that's really, really, really nice. And yeah, I think for the rest it's poetry today. So I will just say, please look at the exhibition when you have a break. Enjoy. I'm very sorry I can't stay today. Usually I like to stay and be part and listen to the readings and like that. I won't be able today, but I'm really very happy to have you here. And it's always, I know it's a very, very nice and inspiring program every time. So thank you, Gayatri.
Thank you, Jaya, as well. As always, and thank you for giving us the space year after year, and to Unity Pavilion, and to all those who have been helping us, you know, the team and everyone else. So thank you. I just want to invite Anu Majumdar, our very own Anu, who's going to read from Auroville, her iconic Auroville book. And please, you can maybe sit. And she's also, we have about 12 poets who's going to read this evening, so we do look forward to all of them. And will you take over and read some bit? I just also want to introduce Anu to all those who may not know her. Her books include Parallel Journeys, Refugees from Paradise, The God Enchanter, Auroville, A City for the Future, and The Infinity Adventures for Young Adults. Her poems have been featured in Converse, Yearbook 22, 24, Punch, Mag anthologies, and of course she co-edited Hibiscus, the first COVID anthology with Haukal. And she was a poetry columnist for Arts Illustrated, and her poems and articles have appeared in Scroll, Hindu, and many other magazines. So over to you. Thank you.
So do you want me, to do that introduction? Why is it a city?
Yes.
Okay, along with whatever it is. Okay. Good evening, everyone. It's very nice to see all of you here in Auroville. Welcome to Auroville. I'm going to, you're here today. It is the 29th of March. And for all of us who are related to Auroville and City Ashram, it's a important day because it is the day when the mother met Sri Aurobindo for the first time. And the simple fact is, if that meeting didn't happen, one day Auroville wouldn't have happened, and we wouldn't be here, and we wouldn't be sitting across, looking at each other, and reading our poems to each other. So this is a book called Auroville, City for the Future. It starts with 29th of March. So I'll read a couple of short extracts from that about that meeting, and then Gayatri said, why is it called the city the earth needs? So we can just, I'll kind of give you a little short, quick rundown on that. So this is the very first chapter. It's called The Destined Meeting. It began one afternoon in Pondicherry, just over 112 years ago. On the 29th of March, 1914, a French lady, 36 years of age, stepped out of her hotel, still in her winter clothes, and made her way to number 41 Rue François Martin. At that hour, the streets of the little French colonial town were deserted. 2 streets away, the Bay of Bengal lapped quietly against the shore. She had arrived that morning, and news of their arrival had already been sent. But she wanted to meet him alone. She was Mira Alfassa, he, Aurobindo Ghosh, soon to be known as Sri Aurobindo. A few days prior to her departure from Paris, Mira wrote in her diary, "I turn towards the future. What it holds in store for us, I do not know." She set sail for India with her husband, Paul Richard, on board the Japanese ship Kagamaru. Already Mira's eyes were trained on the future. Life was her concern, not a bunch of fanciful ideas. On board the Kagamaru, her diary entries intensified as the ship headed east across the Arabian Sea to a destiny still uncertain, but there was no turning back anymore. She was traveling with her husband, Paul Richard, a French lawyer and politician, on his way to contest elections in Pondicherry. Richard had met Sri Aurobindo several years ago in 1910. The meeting had left him so impressed that he resolved to return with his partner, Mira Alfassa, someone spiritually far more advanced than him, he would say. Spiritual experiences, however high, mystical, or powerful, were no longer enough for her. Something further called, a work whose demands seemed much greater. Human life lay mired in the densest ignorance, suffering, and injustice. If there was work to be done, surely it was to change all that. But with what power? Did anyone know? Had anyone tried? Evidently, something was starting to whisper inside her already, like a faraway dream, somewhere upon earth, a place that would make a difference. So on this afternoon at 3:30, the streets were silent in the little town of Pondicherry. Mira walked up to the door of number 41, which stood at the junction of 2 streets. At that hour, the house was empty. Mira climbed the stairs. Sri Aurobindo emerged from his room and came to the head of the stairs. Mira froze. Her vision exactly. His gaze seemed very far till he looked down at her. And it was an instant spiritual recognition. The next day, her diary entry would state unequivocally, it matters little that thousands of beings are plunged in the densest ignorance. He whom we saw yesterday is on earth. His presence is enough to prove that a day will come when darkness shall be transformed to light, and thy reign shall indeed be established on earth. So of course it takes long. Human, experience of how fast we can change takes very, very long. And I'll just, before going on to more general things, what Sri Aurobindo would say on his side when he was asked what he was doing in Pondicherry. He said it was his place of sadhana where he was building towards the next step. I am concerned with the earth, and not worlds beyond for their own sake. It is a terrestrial realization that I seek, not a flight to distant summits. All other yogas have regarded life as an illusion or a passing phase. The supramental yoga regards it as a thing created by the divine for a progressive manifestation and takes the fulfillment of life and the body as its object. So, his whole thing of what his yoga was called the supramental yoga, right? Now, why is Auroville called the city the earth needs? What does the earth need? So, the easy way out to that, what we ourselves have done is to talk about planting trees and being environmentally, ecological and everything, but that is not how they saw it. It was really a next step in consciousness. And at one point, Mother had been asked, that what work are you all doing? So she says, the work that is happening now, Sri Aurobindo has called the supramental. It is a work in the consciousness. It's a work of connection between the consciousness and material life. And once that link is made, it has to have an outward manifestation in the form of a model town. So there we are, sitting in that model town. And what does this model town hope to achieve, apart from just planting trees and, all the other good things also? But the way they saw that is that Earth needs a place where men can live away from all national rivalries, social conventions, self-contradictory moralities and contending religions. A place where human beings, freed from the slavery of the past, can devote themselves wholly to the discovery and practice of the consciousness that is seeking to manifest itself. Auroville wants to be this place and offers itself to all who aspire to the truth of tomorrow. So to quickly, once you see this whole thing is kind of rooted in the story of consciousness, of a change in consciousness, of a further, let's say, ladder of consciousness. But in real terms, in practical terms, what happens? So Auroville has been created in such a way that while that is at the core level, everything else has sort of, been at a very practical point. It's been designed in such a way that it has to become one day a largely pedestrian town. No polluting vehicles, no, traffic jams and stuff like that. Mostly or solar vehicles, people on walking or on cycles and stuff like that. So to do that, we had to build the crown. It was very necessary to do that, because without that, we cannot manage or plan the rest of the mobility of the town. Then there is, the energy efficiency. This is happening all over the world, but all this integrated in the city plan, that there would be like a solar grid on all our roofs. It's already happening in what we call the city center, in the town hall and everything, that we share solar points, which is raised by the solar grid that we have on all our roofs. And Auroville will one day have what we call the line of force. These are the, the high density buildings So which are higher than most, above the tree line, which allows for solar panels. So once we have them, we can depend entirely on solar energy. So that's also one of the things. Then, that we have a green belt, which is actually meant for food sufficiency, organic farming. We have a collective economy, and more we go towards collective patterns of living, not just independent individual houses, much more of a shared pattern. So all these are things which are, I would say, slowly emerging. And among the many epithets given to Auroville, city the earth needs, city of dawn and all that, was a city of universal culture. And so the arts, of course, and literature, philosophy, all of that has a very important place, especially where we are sitting in the international zone. Now, the international zone with cultural pavilions from all over the world was actually a culminating point of I mean, Sri Aurobindo, he also kind of went very far into social and political thought. And there's a book called The Ideal of Human Unity. And this place, all these different cultural and national pavilions are meant to come to that realization together. So then it's a long way to go. We are just kind of plowing the first, decades and plowing through our own, inconsistencies and our own failures. But it is something which has to be done. So whatever the difficulties, they have to be crossed, and we have to kind of go ahead, because what greater need of the earth is the unity which stands beyond religions, beyond nationalism, which Sri Aurobindo speaks of in his fine dreams, and finally beyond war. Actually, Auroville was created also to be like a seed point which would have the capacity eventually, with that change of consciousness, to create a space which would divert what she said was a destructive current of the world. I think that's enough. Thank you. Yeah.
Hello. Before Anu leaves, and where is she now? Right here, okay. No, I just want to say that she made it sound very, how shall I say, smooth and easy and, what's the word for it, I guess? Not easy, but as if things happen by themselves. And indeed, people here do believe that it's really mother's wish the way things are going. But the fact remains that there are some core people like her who work very hard behind the scenes. And there are a lot of other people, nothing wrong with any of them. Everybody has their own calling in this universe, but who just come, see the superficiality, and they say, what a lovely, clean place. And this is such a change to get this fresh air. And I think when I was younger, I was definitely one of those. And but now that I have been here quite a few times, I see the work that goes on behind it. Of course, we open to the mother, and everybody opens to the mother. But I don't think anything happens without a lot of effort. And for that, I'd really like to thank them. And as a group of poets, I think we need to thank them as well. Not just because we are sitting here, but because it is a vision that people still have in these times of, we know these times. We had a session yesterday, you were not there, on poetry and war, and it was quite heated. And I think it needed to be, perhaps more, because it's now that we really need places like that. So I used to be a bit of a columnist and a journalist, and I always encourage people to, write about it. And I got a call from somebody from Goa. And she said, can I come and write about the festival and Auroville? I said, of course, you should. So that's something also, you know, when we were saying yesterday we should write poetry, what kind of war-related poetry can we do? What can be the role? Part of it can be also highlighting places that are examples. Why can't our poetry be about places that we see, that the world doesn't see, whether it's here or all around the world, which can, I hate to use the word alternative, but that's for now, I think it'll suffice. They do show an alternative way of living, which hopefully should be the mainstream, and let's see what happens. But we, as poets, can definitely write about it, not just how we feel, because poetry is so personal that anybody who writes about a place, they call it, what is this, journalistic writing? But these two can be combined, especially if you're talking of war. And yesterday, I think we came to that conclusion. You cannot just have narrow showing empathy for those who are hurt and our own feelings and the poor soldiers and the poor this and that. We have to widen what we think should be written about the war. And these are some experiences which can widen not only our scope of writing, but also others who read it. You know, because it's empathy, fine, we all know that, and we have to go beyond that. Thank you. Shrita?
Good evening, everyone. I've been here, I think, multiple times in various capacities, this very, very beautiful venue. And I would like to echo what Anju said, you know. Building a space like this isn't easy. We all dream of a collective space. We dream of communities. We were just talking yesterday about the possibility of communities and so on, for poetry, for art, different, you know, people who think differently from the mainstream. I've sort of thrown my energies into building spaces, but I must say, you know, it's just not quite worked, I think. But I think when you come to a place like Auroville, there is certainly a shift in consciousness. And I am not saying this, I mean, I'm not an Aurovillian, I'm not an Ashramite, I'm not any of those things. But over the years, I found myself coming, I don't know why, but there's a certain pull that this place exerts on me. And I think it's really the pull of poetry or pull of the arts and just the sense that you can breathe here, you know. So it's very precious, and really I'd like to join Anju and others in thanking all those people here who have made this possible and who over the years, I think this is 8th edition that Gayatri and Anju have put together, for providing the space and for being partners on that. So thank you. But without much delay, I would like to move on to the poetry event of the evening. And we have, so I'm just going to sort of introduce the poets. We have about 10 poets reading, and about, I think we have 10 minutes each. I would now like to invite Manav Ratti. He's the author of, please join us. He's the author of monograph, The Post-Secular Imagination. His writing explores the connection between religious experience and literary form, including the poetics of devotion. Manav has taught in the US and the UK, and has held various visiting positions across India. And he's based at Senior College in the University of Toronto and at South Asia Center at the University of Pennsylvania. So Manav, the stage is yours. So you have about 10 minutes.
Good evening, everybody. Thank you to Gayatri and Anju and Srilata for inviting me. It's a real pleasure and privilege. I'm going to read two very short poems. They're both set in Pondicherry. Colors. It has been a long time. In the ashram, time quickens, then slows, widens, then dims. Now everything comes in colors. In Amritsar, it was gold, sunlight resting on the temple pool. In Delhi, it was indigo, the iridescence of peacocks, glinting, then fading like their calls through the trees. Even the crimson of two sleeping bags on the floor drew me in, one a deeper maroon than the other, their reds a shade apart. Like canvases no one had moved. In Pondicherry, it is silver and white. The pale silver of ashram walls, their white borders holding the morning, sea breeze brushing light into the air. I will send photos. They won't show this. This silence gathers as if inside and the outside world refuse to stay apart. Or perhaps they have always been mirrored, almost paired. And at their meeting, a lamp. Each evening, I dim it a little earlier than I mean to. Evening. In the small restaurant with warm stone floor, soft stone walls, all voices were hushed. I sat at ease inside the quiet. When I returned to the street, sundown gathered around me. A quickening breeze carried me to my guest house. The swaying palms grew taller and taller. Deep violet clouds revealed a gold moon. The sea rose, holding amber a moment too long, darkening into obsidian. The breeze, as if knowing, moved through me as through air. Sky and sea, across the days turning, came back within me, how the panorama of blues opened into a sky of words. Indigo, cobalt, lapis, sapphire, azure, aqua, cerulean, cyan. Colors moved from sky to sea into words and memory. Each name led somewhere, each hue a threshold. Language searching, mind opening to sky, sky breathing again and again.
Thank you so much, Manav, for that very powerful, moving rendering. I now invite Geetanjali Dilip. Geetanjali is a widely anthologized poet. She has 9 solo poetry collections to her credit, all of which have been well appreciated, reviewed widely. She is also an awardee of several prestigious poetry awards, and she curates the Soul Scribers Galaxy Poetry Festival, which she was telling about this morning. Apparently, they travel from one town to another, one city to another. She strongly believes that poetry connects the world. Geetanjali has also authored works such as Beats of Poesy. She teaches French, if I'm right, yeah. Please, the stage is yours. You have 10 minutes.
So good evening, everyone. Bonsoir, namaste, vanakkam. So honored to be here. Thank you so much, Gayatri, for all the love you put in for poets to congregate like this. It's a beautiful place. And it's really going to be, a very important part of my life, the rest of my life. I have brought some of my poetry books here, my solo collections, and I intend to read from them. I'll be as quick as I can because I think there are other poets waiting too. So there is this book called Rosé, which means the dewdrop. In French, it means the dewdrop, and it has 3 different types. The first section is Hey Ishta. Ishta, for me, Isha is my Krishna. So I refer to him as my Ishta. And I want to read this poem, Beyond the Body. I see your bare shoulders and torso, beckoning me to embrace you. Even as I stand here gazing at those emerald hills that I can barely scale, brimming with stories and raw trails shrouding exotic tunes of songbirds, so much like you, who holds eternal enigmatic truths in your eyes. Yet, I hear them all like imaginary melodies of your flute, ringing my soul. With outstretched arms I embrace you, melting away my woes and remorse, my heaviness and distress. And you send me clusters of moist clouds as if I've not cried enough. While I watch the summer sauntering out, the coil croons echoing my angst. Happy though it sings, I can only hear the sadness in its voice, leaving wisps on the foliage that quivers. Make them sing happy tunes as they announce showers of hopeful tomorrows. You, who instills breath in everything I see, feel, touch, and hear. For my song fits the melody of the solitary coil singing to the sky. That's one poem. This is from Soul Riff, Atma Tarang. I'll quickly read a poem from here. It's called Ombre. It has a French title, which means shadow. When darkness sits beside you, you watch yourself falling in love with its silence. Mute shadows and avatars of your own thoughts dance around, where light rays tickle the tenebrosity of existence. You know you are part of this noir, as you sway in a limbo, wondering which light illuminates your soul, your being. When you fall in love with the dark, silence reverberates in the miracles you choose to see. Your fingers and eyes, feet and ears glowing with an iridescence that you want to give names to, but you are caught in the moment of wonder, awestruck with the incredibility that you are an intrinsic part of, as your heart becomes a floodlight of a ruby in incandescence, soaked in the sanguinity and luminosity of love that engulfs you in the silence of the dark caverns. That one. Thank you for that. Just one more. I think I have 2 minutes left, perhaps. Short ones. In the aviary of my mind, I feel tiny bird claws flit from branch to branch, tweaking simple, short and sweet songs that pause in the twilight sky, where faint stars tell of silence that still exists in the chaos, for distances are a blessing of sorts. Tiny wings fan the summer air, brimming with stories of spring, beating like tinier hearts that carry a million songs day after day. I see minuscule seeds between beaks, waiting to plant forests, as their shrill throats let go of some seeds. Twinkling in their beady eyes, I see a letting go that comes so easy to them, as they fly away like silhouettes bracketed in smiles, now smile lines on my cheeks. This one. And the last one. Darker the night. Tenements pirouette transfixed in the womb of urban earth, curious to peek into the landscape they were dug from, transformed into grids bound by steel in a suffocation impossible to express. Yet they are sealed windows breathing from 12 and now R32. Ah, sand beds laced with river reeds curtsying to winds, so much like the soul to destiny. Such windows go nostalgic, where they once stood sandstorms playing with monsoon winds. Tungsten sparkling light through glassy frames reaching for quieter skies. Heaven is where isolation is in the city of dreams, where neon lights holler in megalomaniacal exaggerations. Yet these window frames wait for the day they would be opened to let the air in. But as of now, the darker the night, the windows even more bright. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Swati, and I'm so glad the audience has started clapping. It's all right to clap. It's good to clap for the poets. So it's my pleasure now to invite Professor Swati Pal. She's the principal of Janaki Devi Memorial College, University of Delhi, and she's also been a Fulbright Nehru Fellowship Scholar, a Charles Pal Scholar, very, very distinguished academic. She has authored several books, and she's primarily, I think she's here, of course, in her capacity as a poet. She's also a translator and has translated from Hindi to English. Many of her translations have been published. Her poetry anthologies include 2 collections titled In Absentia and Forever Yours, and also an edited volume called Living On. Professor Swati Pal.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thanks a lot. Yeah, I was just testing it. Right. Right. Good evening and thank you, everyone. Strangely, I have performance anxiety. May not appear so, looking at me, I guess, but every time I hear marvelous people speaking so flawlessly, I get butterflies in my stomach. So you'll forgive me that. I wanted to hold up my books for you. So this one is called In Absentia. Then I have Living On. And then I have Forever Yours. And the reason why I wanted to show the books to you, apart from the fact that they have beautiful covers, is also because it marks a certain journey. A journey in my life from a loss from which perhaps I would never recover. So in the first moments of loss was the feeling of a person being absent, of absence, and the realization that the only permanence in life is absence. Then came a time when I realized I have to live on, and the realization that there are people like me who need to live on, and so my trying to put them together. And so living on is not just us living on, but the people we lose living on through us and with us at all times. And of course, finally, finally for this journey, I hope to write more and publish more, was the realization that, there is a Liverpool, anybody with the Liverpool football club? So it says, "You'll never walk alone." That's their anthem, YNWA. You'll never walk alone. Why? Because those we love are forever ours. So forever yours. So that's really been the journey. I tried to be a little organized, but unfortunately I've read 2 of my poems already. Gayatri, should I read them again? Or? All right. Gayatri told me to read them again, so I hope I have everybody's attention. Right. So the first one, and this is something I wrote related to war at a time when my own brother-in-law was fighting at the front at Kargil, and my sister, his wife, a doctor in the army, was looking at wounded soldiers, and she's an eye surgeon, and sometimes she would get bodies where there was no face for eyes to be restored, but there were families begging her to restore the face. So the poem's called A Wish. I watched the television dishing out Kargil war and Bollywood. Khichdi news, real, fake, bland, masala, all one. I heard the surgeon despair aloud. What face to operate? The mother begged her, do something. I felt eyes sting, pregnant widows, stooping parents, cradle bodies, cold, inert. Who was more dead? I watched, I heard, I felt. Another war simmered within my soul, no help for either. War breaches all borders, wish peace would cross barbed wire and mud equally, effortlessly, and rule. So my college has 4,000 children, my children. I'm the non-biological parent, proud parent of 4,000 children. And very often they are forced to get married, and very often they're kind of also shamed, bodily. And so this is dedicated to all my children, whom I support unequivocally, right? So it's called Unfittingly Yours. Oh gosh, how tall you are, and how scrawny. Where on earth will we get a match that meets your height? Or one who prefers skinny women? Don't tell me you can't cook or sew or knit. Which family will let you into their home? Which man will take you on? The way to the man's heart, as the adage goes, is through food and fabric. Are you tan or actually this dark? No man will look at you. Please put uptan and avoid going out in the sun. Use a concealer to hide the blemishes. You've got to look unmarked. Heavens, how many degrees? Such a hefty salary. But where will we find a man so educated, so well placed? No more studies. Look for a school teacher's job. What? You drink? You smoke? You play cards? You wear shorts? You hang out with boys till late? What on earth will happen to the family name if you bring so much shame? And so on and on it goes, the litany we hear as soon as we comprehend words, till we use our arms to wield a pen, a baton, a gun, even a rolling pin, and beat to pulp or shred all that ties us up in strings. So I can tell you that I do have a fan following amongst my students. I'm not sure about their parents. Okay, this is dedicated to the city that I'm forced to be a part of since the year 1989. I don't have a soul connect with it as yet. I think my soul belongs to Lucknow, where I spent my childhood in, and Calcutta, I still call it Calcutta, where I spent my adolescent years in. So this is called Dilli Dil Walon Ki. Dilli for those who have a heart. It pops up like a jack-in-the-box, the Hanuman temple. You've all seen that, huh? Whenever there's a seal, the Hanuman temple will come up. Like a jack-in-the-box, the Hanuman temple clasping the metro train every time on the silver screen. It's New Delhi. Or else, it is the Parathe Wali Gali and dozens of pigeons flying over the Jama Masjid, and the Ram Leela Maidan near the Lal Killa with the national flag aloft, or the now much scoffed yet inevitable Rashtrapati Bhavan, and close on its heels the circular Connaught Place. I have been here for over 3 decades, and yet I connect with it as if I'm flipping a coffee table book, glossy pages, riveting pictures, and monuments of yore like the Qutub Minar looking dumbly at the tall, faceless skyscrapers snaking up beside them. I'm still reading this city, even as my life is unfolding within it, and I sense the familiarity, yet I feel the stranger, a heart unawakened. The city? Or me? Dilli? Dil walon ki? Right. It's a question for myself. This is called Sunset Forever. Legend has it that she's not slept since that fateful morning when the sun set for her forever. You can see the night below her eyes, and within them too. Laughter lines now look like slashes of the knife on her battle-worn face. Rarely in corridors is heard that booming laughter. Her smiles are but mere shadows of her former self. The hair that had a wild life of its own, adding swing to her gait, limply lies on hunched shoulders. The biggest casualty seems to be her voice. Yesterday, clear and melodious, today broken, unable to lift a note. Yet suddenly, you may find her when she stops to kiss a child or gaze with wonder at a rose, and sometimes chase a butterfly. eyes, smiles, laughter, hair, all light up, though the sun has set for her forever. That's dedicated to me. Okay, I'll end with one last one. It's called Inseparable. I'd read it today, but Gayatri told me that I should read it today again. Okay, right. So it's all Inseparable. And this is about the masks that we often wear, a lot of us. At the corner of the room, I see you ashen-faced, staring eyes, a body shrunk, sallow skin, hunched, almost cowering. A silent scream seems to reach my ears from where I sit on my chair, bright and sparkling, my wit and spirits sharp and high, the smile quick and ready to dazzle, the voice carrying the laughter tinkling. And I think, so different are we, you and I. You are so lifeless, while I am ever lively. You kill joy, and I build it. I tell you off, I banish you, and you, poor, dumbed creature, rise from the corner to leave. But just as you reach the door, you turn and fold me in a quick embrace, and I see we fit into each other. I try to wrench you off me, but you seem to have dissolved into me. We are inseparable. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Swati. Poetry may not be able to change things, but it certainly bears witness, very powerful witness to all that goes down. Right, so may I now invite Sushminder Jitkar to read to us. Sushminder is an educator, a poet, storyteller, translator, and editor. She is an associate professor and she heads the postgraduate department of English at GGN Khalsa College in Ludhiana. Please come. She has an MPhil in anthropological linguistics and a PhD in Indian English literature. And her collections of poetry include Voices from Within and The Tapestry of Heartstrings, A Journey and A Journey Towards Light.
Thank you so much. Humbled and honored to be a part of this Auroville Pondicherry Literature Poetry Festival. Thank you, Anju Mukhija, Gayatri Majumdar, and Sirilita. Here goes my first poem, just 4 lines. The title is Dream. I had a dream last night. Behold, the aura was pious. Light encompassed me. I became illumined and enlightened. He rose from his throne, hugged me, and took me along. It was all pure white. I became him, and he became me. Another one, at his feet. Though it happened years ago, still the image is fresh. It was a celestial spectacle, all white, far and wide, as fresh as the dawn, as pure and serene as newly dropped dew. Boundless, deep, deep and deeper even, unfathomable and immeasurable, going and above life, and it took me somewhere, ages and ages hence. I was transported to a province of the divine, splendorous and stunning, where I had a glimpse of the ultimate. Blessed was I, as it was a rare vision. It was all white, all pure and pious, everything wrapped in a white glow, even a spot could be spotted. Illuminated within, I withdrew myself from the surface level and stepped upon the inward throne, the being of bliss, the trance of tranquility. Don't know how long will it stay. Refresh the mind, no, refresh the soul, and rejuvenate my whole being, transforming me from a beast to a human, worthy to be offered at his feet. Thank you. The third one is unseen buoyancy. They say I am a bad woman, for I no longer fold myself into their mold. Once I wore silence like a second skin, fragile, cracking, but still there. In my mother's eyes, I saw the weight of years. Her back bent under burdens she never named aloud. Her dreams were tied up in knots like her hair in a bun, and she called it duty. I thought endurance was my inheritance. I was born for aches and toleration, and they say that bending would hold the world together. When the walls grew too close, I told myself it was my home. When their anger roared and cracked like thunder, I thought my stillness was strength. At work, they say I am perfect, never a complaint, never a protest. I meet their demands with quiet precision, but behind their smiles, I see the truth. They make the most of my silence, carving away pieces of me as if I were theirs to use. Each word I do not say is another handprint on my soul, but I do not react. I have learned to carry my silence differently now, not as a burden, but as an armor. They cannot see the strength it takes to mind my own path in their storm. They think I'm yielding, but I'm building my word with steady hands, brick by brick, unit by unit, and thought by thought. They say I should be like my mother, quiet, enduring, the keeper of peace. But her peace was a passage to escapism, a long corridor of unspoken angst. I will not pass on that inheritance. I will not wrap my silence into the hearts of the women I have yet to meet. I am not responding, not because I do not see. I perceive everything, the slights, the demands, the quiet erosion of my worth, but I select not to let it explain me. Rather than resolve to move forward, to be present without surrendering my soul. Call me bad if you must. A woman who no longer submits, no longer shrinks or fears. I am not the server of the dreams. I am the keeper of my own, and hence I am wrong. But wrong feels like freedom, and liberation feels like breath. I have become uncommunicative, but not unstable and unsteady. I am still, but I am not gone. This is the foray they cannot realize, and I would not be anything else. Thank you.
Very powerful poem. Thank you so much. I now invite Kavita Singhal. Kavita is a writer, poet, social worker, and an educationist. She graduated in English literature from Indraprastha College, Delhi. She was raised in the beautiful tea estates of Darjeeling and went to boarding school there. Kavita's books include Amidst the Pines, a memoir of my boarding school days, and a book of poems, Each Moment a Poem, both of which have been published by Authors Press.
Thank you, Srilata. Thank you, Gayatri and Anju, for having me here. I've already been in Pondicherry, Auroville, for 3 days now, and I'm already feeling rejuvenated. And listening to such powerful poetry and discussions is really worth coming all the way here from Delhi. And I hope I can come again and again. As Srilata has already introduced me as having grown up in Darjeeling, I would like to begin by writing an ode to Kurseong, which is the place where I was born. It's a small town on the way to Darjeeling. Am I being heard? Am I audible? Yeah. Kurseong, oh Kurseong, the land where I belong, the name itself is like a song. Where the Kursan rip in abundance grows, as the land of white orchids it is known. a place of scenic beauty and tranquility, no dearth of nature's beautiful bounty, where the stunning snow-clad peaks of mighty Kanchenjunga can be seen, endless lines of cryptomeria trees, tranquil shades of blues and greens, where wispy clouds float high and low. In the valley, the river Balasan flows. The magical mist plays hide and seek, wrapping the pines in its embrace, where the sounds of numerous insects, the wind whistling through the trees, murmuring brooks, gushing streams, cascading waterfalls touch the soul, where the sun appears behind the hills, the sky in different hues it fills, the mountain peaks shimmering with snow in the distance cast a glow, where the sunsets are surreal, the amazing blends of clouds, changing colors from orange to pink to red, is remarkable, where the quaint toy train of World Heritage status chugs through the main street, whistling its way through the town, where lush green tea bushes all along the hill slopes abound, creating a melody of greenness all around, where world-famed tea estates produce the finest qualities of Darjeeling teas, where down in the valley below, surrounded by lush greenery, is Ambotia Shiv Mandir, a spiritual retreat attracting pilgrims from far and near, where the colonial architecture, rich cultural heritage, historical sites add to this town's attraction, bringing celebrities from far and near, where the freedom fighter Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose resided in a beautiful cottage, now a historical museum of repute, where Nobel laureate Rabindranath Tagore spent time writing lyrical poetry in this town of tranquility, where the famed Mark Twain, for a while, made this place his domain. Sister Nivedita, a disciple of Vivekananda, also stayed a while in this peaceful town, where renowned heritage schools, Tower Hill School and Victoria School, by the British were built amidst the pines, where the sweet fragrance of scented pines, exotic orchids, innumerable wildflowers fill one's senses, transporting one to paradise, where high up in the deep forest, in the forest school, with spectacular views, where wild animals still roam free, leopards, tigers, bears can still be seen, where the grand cryptomeria trees line the layers of blue hills all around, creating a stunning scenery. The winds whisper in the breeze, where the panoramic views, misty mountains, rolling hills, meandering meadows, whispering winds, surreal spectacular sunsets make this town truly paradise. I'll read a poem. I'm inspired by what Swati just read. I mean, I can't be as dramatic as her, but it's in two voices, war and peace. I'm the peace and my husband is the war. I don't know how much time I have. Okay, I'm the poet here. The sky above, which the blue is blue, white cotton clouds dance before you, flocks of birds soaring high, my heart simply lets out a sigh. A loud bang and angry shout, where's my tea? He steps out, sitting here writing poetry, don't I deserve a cup of tea? Clouds so soft, clouds so white, holding hands like angels in flight, some up in the heavens so high, some so close in front of my eye. The milk has spilled on the stove, the omelette burnt, the toast turned cold. All you can do is sit and sigh, watch random clouds go sailing by. They dance and play before the sun, changing colors one by one. They change the green, they change the blue, painting myriad pictures, each a different hue. Is this your idea of an iron shirt? Creases here, creases there, creases everywhere. The color makes you look so divine. The lines just add to the design. My wallet, my hanky, I just can't find, and all you remember is your rhyme. My colleague is honking at the gate. Can't you see I'm getting late? Now it's you who sound so divine. See how you've also learned to rhyme. Let's just gaze at the stars tonight. Watch the moon as we sip some wine. Okay, one more dark poem. Tears. Tears no longer flow, dried up long ago. No telltale signs of swollen eyes. Tears change their path, flowing deep within the chambers of the heart. Red rivers of hurt and pain, of a heart that's been slain, gushing forcefully, heart palpitation, the chest heaves and sighs. No visible signs, just an internal pain of a broken heart, a broken mind, a broken soul. The face smiles, the world smiles. What a beautiful smile. She glows with happiness. The sorrow hides deep within the chambers of the heart. Thank you.
Thank you, Kavita. We could hear the Darjeeling in your poems, and also I loved your other work. I now invite Auroville's own Anu Majumdar. We all heard her speak just a while ago. Anu Majumdar's books include Parallel Journeys, Refugees from Paradise, The God Enchanter, and Auroville, A City for the Future, as well as Infinity Adventures for Young Adults. Her poems are featured in Prairie Schooner, Converse, the Yearbook, Punch Mag anthologies. She's also the co-editor of Hibiscus. A lot of you here might be familiar with that. It's a very well-known anthology. It came out during COVID or immediately after COVID, I think. She's also, she was also the poetry columnist for Arts Illustrated. Her poems and articles have appeared widely, including in magazines such as The Scroll, The Hindu, The Express, and so on.
That was a double bio all the time. Okay, let me start with this one. So this little book is called Light Matter. It needs to go up. Okay, yeah, I think that's enough, yeah. Okay, yeah. Yeah, it's so fun. Okay. So Light Matter was a collection of poems in 3 sizes because it was written for an art installation. And the poems had to be written within a certain number of spaces, not just words. So the space, punctuation, everything. So we call them, Light Matter was done by Pierre Legrand, and we call them small, medium, and large. So the small ones were called ultralights, and they were smaller than a normal haiku. A haiku would have approximately 17 syllables. These had a maximum of 14 syllables. So I'll read a couple of them quickly. All can be misused, even the truth, not breath. Without silence, breath rebels, blur in the light. Channels light inside the darkness, a shadow less. Altar of light, or a deep friend, again laughing. The morning strays into sunflowers, a quiet breeze. Warm pollen inside the heart dissolves the emptiness. Still forest. Light drips from 1,000 leaves. So these were the small ones. Thank you. Slightly longer ones, I'll read two of those. Just to say that, all these poems have actually grown out of Auroville, the space we're in, the Matri Mandir, the space in the inner chamber. So it comes out of that. A respiration of vast serenity in the flow of the world. Stronghold of lightness that penetrates and dissolves depth after depth as it grows, lucid, vibratory, with music of knowledge that prepares our joy. This is the ceremony of soul, the incantations of fresh delight, a festival of man in full transformation, as peace becomes the power that sustains all storms in the hazard of a life suddenly opening, changing at the blue edge of intensity. The field has The field has opened a fresh skin, intrusion of a new substance that was always within, awakes to splendor, touched by a supreme symphony of invulnerable light. Instant vibration, pure, resonant, pulsates throughout the palaces of the soul. Sudden velocity cuts through veils, dislodging old patterns that camouflage full worlds. The body adjusts into the immobile speed, fine-tuned, filtered, transferred deep, transfusion of joy as it widens with ease, infiltrated by a giant caress of eternity. All right, from light matter, we're going to move to war. Actually, 3 years ago, you all had invited, I couldn't participate that year, but I was listening to the other poets, and the lines were coming. I was thinking of Gaza. And I excused myself, I went home and I wrote this, and it came out in the scroll at that point for the new year. It's called Word Made Flesh. The world waits, watching, as death stalks the streets. What word will turn its gaze toward the rubble heaps under which children are still alive, breathing? What word will change these stones to pollen? Change the hunger in men to destroy, to kill, where bread and laughter should rule? Is there a word to deflect the darkness that blinds their eyes? Their hearts are already stone. Show me the word that reigns above the night, a light in which children clutch at dreams and leap with an indescribable will to live, stronger than tears, happier than love, turning these requiem streets to laughter. There are newborn dreams that earth still waits for. There are words not yet seen are heard within. Inside the deepest chamber, no bullet can reach, and no light abandon a destiny to be free. Okay, I'll just read one more, and it's called Learning to Speak. Actually, I wrote it, I think, at a time, after this whole thing, it impacted everybody. This, whatever's happening in Gaza, and we saw these pictures of thousands and millions of young people on streets everywhere in the world. So it's not exactly literal, but yeah, it's called learning to speak. Don't tell me with words what you can speak with your heart. Don't say with your heart what your soul can resound through this great wide world, not now just an open wound where every disaster-loaded mine carries missiles of self-destruction. Speak to me with mountains, where rivers run with the sun, where wheat fields are turning golden, where children play without guns, where each hatred is cured, every bitterness silenced with love. Till your great seeing eyes enter our eyes with the symphony of the earth.
Thank you. Thank you, Anu, both for the haiku as well as for the Gaza poems. We now have Anju Makija, co-curator of the festival. Anju Society Academy award-winning poet, playwright, translator. She has 4 poetry collections which include View from the Web and Pickling Season. Anju co-translated Freedom and Fishers and Seeking the Beloved, the mystical verse of Shah Abdul Latif. I think those books are available there. Anju's also co-edited 3 anthologies related to women, to Indo-English theatre and children's poetry. She has a collection of plays. I mean, Anju wears many hats. I'm always amazed at the number of things she does. So there's a collection called Mumbai Traps, collected plays, widely available. Her latest book is Changing, Unchanging, New and Selected Poems. Anju has won all awards, I think, that there are to win, actually, including the Sahitya Academy Translation Award and the All India Poetry Competition, the BBC World Regional Poetry Prize, and the Charles Wallace Trust Fellowship. Currently, Anju is translating the work of Sindhi Sufi poet Sachal Sarmaj, am I saying that right? And is in the process of writing Minor Voices, highlighting the experiences of underprivileged youth. Anju.
Nobody has had any water except me. All glasses are full. Oh, okay. Oh well, chooses to come out. I guess we are forced to stay in this place otherwise, if we don't move around. He's come, though I don't mind moving around. I like moving around, so I don't mind. Yeah. Or you can just use it. It's very small. Yeah, but I'm tall, that's why I think it's okay. Yeah. Well, it's somebody said it's very silent in here. So perhaps it's time to make some noise. I don't know. But why does it always happen that when people read poetry, there's a certain hush? You know, is it everywhere? You all come from different parts of India. Is it always like that, wherever you all read poetry? What's that? Not necessarily laughter. I'm just saying a range of laughter, I guess, is also there. But yeah, sure, poetry doesn't have to be serious, because if it is so, maybe it'll just be ignored. Or my daughter says it's the most boring evening you take me to. Other poetry readings, people read as if it's the end of the world. I said it is, but it is, you know. So of course, when you're young, you don't want to hear about it. So, nor do you when you're older, I guess. So, but the internet thrusts it down your throat, literally. Somebody told me right here in Auroville, and Anu should hear this. I said, you know, all this war and all that stuff. He said, there's no war, it's only the internet. So I said, "Are you sure?" He said, yeah, and quite a senior educated person. There's only the internet. And if you do stop looking, there's no war. That's it. So that's another way of looking at the world. It's quite funny, actually. Yeah. Yeah, the oil and the cylinders. In fact, Bombay has all this talk about no cylinders, no place to cook. Here it's more relaxed. Less people, less greed, less wants, less food. Everybody's going for less food here? I don't think so. But we do. Okay, I'll start with Maharashtra because I'm from Bombay. I was born in Pune. And we were talking about politics and the war. And this is called Elections Maharashtra. Now, I guess it would be applicable anywhere, but I used to live in a small village for about 15 years. And this poem was written there. So I'll just go to it. It's interesting, during election, everybody has a good time. Especially in the villages, a lot of drinks and food and everything. And a lot of things happen there. And talking of art, there's also so much art in our villages we forget. Elections Maharashtra, where local artisans create wisdom from clay, sing ditties into the riverbed, where sugarcane juice froths and men on string cots ejaculate to a steady beat, salute saffron flags, while cool under the umbrella Shivaji stands, overseeing dry grass, polythene bags. A bird dives, plunges into the stone's eyes. Mics blast Maharti's gags. Idols don't bleed or perspire, or utter words men can hear. Swords prop up the canopy. Red tongues roar, tails wag. The red tongues are the Shiv Sena color, sort of a militant group of that time. So as with many poems, a lot of references to the political parties of that period. And Shivaji, of course, is a central figure in Maharashtra politics as a saint as well. So I guess I shouldn't be reading near where they are these days. So, okay, the next one is, from Maharashtra, I think I'll move to Kutch. I visit Kutch quite often because of the music, the Sufi music. I have translated Sufi poetry and I continue to do so. And the best way to appreciate Sufi poetry is to hear the music, because that's where it really comes alive. I'm also, my parents are from Pakistan and lived through the partition. So Kutch is pretty close by there, and we see a lot of, Yamini's not there, she left? Later, okay. Because they've started a new department, I don't know if you said that, on Kutch. She did say that, yeah. So we've been sort of collaborating a bit. Yeah, so Kutch is, of course, as we know, a beautiful place if you like heat and extreme cold, of course. So this one is called Kutch Visions. There are a lot of Sufi symbols. Are any of you all familiar with Sufism? Yeah? You all know the symbols, so I don't have to go through them. Okay, great. Kutch Visions 27. So this was actually pretty close to the Ran of Kutch, and where a lot of musicians live in the interior actually, but eventually we all gravitate towards the sea. And the Ran of Kutch can be beautiful at certain times of the day. So just imagine that, a single string plucked, the surando's melody, it's a folk instrument, the surando. The surando's melody surrounds the white desert. Sand grains rise to the pitch of sunny. Sunny is a very fine sound. Sand grains rise to the pitch of sunny. Footsteps gentler than camel strides are heard. Figures seen in the dark place heads on the block, waiting to be chopped off. Heads is a symbol for ego in Sufi terminology. Figures seen in the dark place heads on the block, waiting to be chopped off. Flute music stirs hearts. Silhouettes bear chests. The assassin shoots arrows. Assassin is God. Shoots arrows. The Moki pours wine. Not real wine, symbolic. The Moki pours wine. The desert becomes a tavern in the celestial sphere. Travelers choose spirits, love, compassion, delight, anticipating the taste of nothingness. Okay, from Kutch, I think I'll move to Mohenjo-Daro. Mohenjo-Daro, of course, is connected to the Indus Valley civilization. And as I said, it's also connected to my roots, so we keep on hearing about Mohenjo-Daro. And as that area was excavated quite a lot, several times, including, and of course now it's a heritage site and all that. But, it's like some people were actually angry when that place was excavated so often. I don't know why exactly, but as with poetry, we always imagine things. And this one's called Skeletons of Mohenjo-Daro. So I imagined a skeleton speaking 5,000 years ago. So when they excavated, I guess some people may come alive, so I imagined, I guess. And this is what he might say, not only about the past, about our present world, I guess. So here we go, 45. Skeleton of Mohenjo-Daro. He stood up, walked tall. Clicking of bones failed to rouse the mound of dead. Mohenjo-Daro means mound of dead. Approaching the architect, the enraged frame challenged. Your vision is illusion. Why create the perishable? The architect suggested, join Mother Goddess and the dancing girls, famous figures there, both salvaged from the debris, enshrined in the museum. Bare bones shuddered. Those goddamn architects, those goddamn archaeologists, always excavating graves. Such disregard called for revenge. He had long been forgotten, now dug out, centuries later, from deep slumber, abiding hunger. I'll hack them. He fails to respect creation, rendering it meaningless. Ignoring accusations, the architect persisted to fashion the future. He was clawed on the drawing board, pierced by jagged bones. The blueprints lay scattered. The skeleton entered the museum, stepped into a display case, shut himself for posterity. I'm getting a bit scared reading my own poem here. Anyway, then I think another place we could move to is, how much time do I have? One poem? Yeah, one more poem. Okay, so I'll just end with this. It's called, I've read it before, it is one of my favorite. And maybe a short children's poem, because I like to end with the children's thing too. 151. Okay, This one's called An Order for a New Head. I wrote it when I was living at the farm, and it really works for me because that's what I feel every day still. This poem was written quite a few years ago, but I feel that I still need a new head, literally. And I don't know if others feel that, but so be it. I guess I'm talking to God. Small, please. Gray and white cells. Pink too, with bits and bytes. BYTS. Make the numbers even, enough odd ones. Mold the skull with RDX plastic, the stick-fast variety. Set the teeth firmly. Rattling disturbs infants. Keep the tonsils. I like to trap irritants for happy days. 1 year is plenty. Bomb blasts are deafening in stereo. Make the nostrils narrow, like a bone marrow, air enough to live. Now, the main request. Give me a third eye, like the one on the truck. A bright red light between two headlights, peering through the throat of the village road. That's all. That's all. Bandy eye and the third eye. In the moonlight, coconut trees, omnipresent gods. Two gods, too many. Papaya's pulpy breasts, squeeze them dry. Falling twigs, a shower of snakes. Swallowing them, I emerge Medusa. Shedding the skin, I recoil in the armchair, lost to the world. Get the picture? I am Lao Tzu smiling at Mona Lisa. Thank you.
Thank you, Anju. Third eye would be certainly very useful, all of us. Thank you for giving us a little window into this wide spectrum work of yours. Maybe now have Trina Chakraborty. She's a Bengali poet and contributes to a range of genres, poetry, short stories, and essays to different magazines in West Bengal, India, and Bangladesh. Trina has 7 collections of poetry to her credit. She also has verse drama, and she has edited books and has participated in festivals across the country and across the world. Trina.
Thank you. Thank you for having me here. It is really a wonderful experience here. So I will read some short poems of mine. So begin with those words. What I have come to tell you from so far, are they mine? Far away is just a word, a state of trance, embraced in golden feathers, smudged in setting sun rays, like a lost afternoon letter. My words are fragile, like the tender threads of silk, have been said much before. Come all the way to say those words, are they yours? The next poem is unpressed, especially in the time of this uncertain period when people are not sure whether they will return to home or not. How could you identify me? I have no special mark, like a cut on forehead. I used to travel on a road regularly, but it has no finite length. Every day, I used to chat with a tree, but it has no memory. I used to stand for a long in rain, but it has no record. How could you identify me? For reference, there are a few ordinary dreams and deflections without shadows. In such trivialities, in such accumulated silence, how could you able to identify me? And how could you identify my never taken steps that may be immensely required? Thank you. The next poem is Coming Out of One Dream. You were waiting, coming out of one dream, at the door of another dream. But you don't know the password to the other dream. Lofty trees all around, their shades having concealed every failure. How intense is your moment of loss? The dream seen from outside the room has no one inside it. Standing before the antique door, wishes to cross the threshold turn diminutive. The password of the dream you knew now hovers in another dream, as if the dream inside the dream has a song within, song heard from afar. I don't think you have ever heard. Still, you keep standing, coming out of one dream, at the door of another dream. Your time has stopped. Okay. The next poem is What Picasso Knew. It is the initial lines are related with the Cubism period, but then the poem goes different way. What Picasso knew. Through various cubes, one could fathom a man correctly. Picasso knew it. You thought our fates run in straight lines. All the zigzags are actually all straight lines at their core. Left, right, and about, all these turns are useless. I thought in a circle. Wherever I start, I must return to the same possibility. We thought mirror is the only truth, and truth is just a reflection. When checked it out, I realized it is actually a weapon if one could break it open right. The next poem is Drawing Class. A person had taught me to draw a tree, how to gradually fill colors in the wood, how the stalks will grow alongside the main trunk, and many other extensive and finer branching techniques. And at the last, to draw the leaves. How will they look from far, from near? Even he taught me to draw the veins and veinlets of the leaves. Keeping on drawing the tender green leaves, one day the plant grew up into a tree. Whereas no one taught me to draw its surroundings. No one made me learn to draw how it would look when the sunshine falls on it, how it would look bowed against a storm, drenched in incessant rain, covered in snow, how it would look when its skin sagged into the earth. Nobody taught me to draw these things. Just that, one day I saw my drawing book was entirely full of dry twigs and leaves. And the last one, from the heaviness to a lighter one, Flyover. Those I considered lovers said that they are only friends. Those I considered friends said that they are only lovers. Few of them seemed like friends' lover. Rest of them said they are lovers' friends. Few of them ran 100 meters to prove their incompetence. Few of them purchased tickets to Mexico so as to stand by my side. As I have tried to plant some herbs, found the soil is too salty. How come these are possible? How come these are not possible? Friends have no clue, and neither do the lovers. Thereafter, to avoid these two words as friend and lover, I'm searching for some harmless flyovers. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Tina. I now invite Kamalini Natation. Right, Kamalini did her schooling at Sri Aurobindo International Center of Education. She has authored 2 novels. Her debut collection, Naked Beneath the Midnight Sun, was published in 2013. Her second book, The Fire and Sting, Desire Diaries, is an anthology on the theme of desire. It was published in 2023. Kamalini, I think many of you know this, she's also an Indian classical vocalist, Hindustani musician by training, and also a polyglot. Kamalini.
Good evening. So I have with me a few poems I'd like to share. In the role of a mother, in the role of, yeah. Okay. It's all right. Okay. I repeat, few roles as in the role of poet, a mother, a traveler, lover of travel, a lover of herbs, and of cities. So I'll start with as a traveler, somebody who fell in love very recently with a city that just wouldn't let up. It's called City with No Secrets, BKK Sawadika. My eyes seek you out, I withdraw, even as I succumb and give in. And you, your eyes in my back, throw a hook and seize, then your gaze you drop. I seek the indifference of your unique soul, distinct and ungiving, cast pieces of me in parks and parking lots, in homes and glass offices grazing the skies, in trees bent with age in veinless paths, and you, yet unfamiliar, follow me, up ahead and far behind. Then one day I awaken, and I know, soy upon soy, the lady boy, worn yet soft glances upon my soul sunshine scattered, fish sauce, fried chicken, wunsen, pork skewers, sugar-glazed pineapples, shapely green smoking in walks, medleys of spices unknown, now familiar, shedding their foreignness. Art Box, Margarita Storm, Holly Bakery, Robinson, Terminal 21, M. Quartier, symphonically blend, even as Ariana Grande, Katy Perry on my radio, croon and Taylor Swift with Hedy, Shawn Mendes and Bruno Mars. In my car I sing along. My past you embraced, even as a future you wove, a seamless present rhapsody. Sawadika, I hum into asphalt. Chaika, I murmur, turn to dust, a rain divine. Glowing along your sunny soul, one being we fuse. Can do, madame. No secrets, I become you and you me. No can hide, no can hide. We are one, we are the same. for later. This one's a lover of herbs and the role of a chef. It's called My Kitchen Gods. Cumin, coriander, pepper pods, turmeric in collusion with chilies red. To all my kitchen gods, in obeisance do I bow. Incense sticks of cinnamon, clove with cardamom alight, spiraling dancers haze. My heart quietly lets escape a prayer of grace. Fenugreek whispers, flirt with me today, won't you? Chickpea flour in yogurt, golden fusion simmers, mustard seed scents release, a mad tap dance, red chili dried crackles tangled in a tease. This chamber of secrets, all mine, kitchen gods do bless, a daily anthem stirs, morning ragas, dusky hymns, moong dal stimulated, green chilies, a pod of tamarind pulp, a little sour, a bit sweet, am diva of this realm. Flavors are my forte. My kitchen gods no hierarchy assume, a ras leela our game. Divine lovers, mortal friends, essences mingled, cumin, coriander, pepper pods, beloved are my kitchen gods. Right, this one's a thinker. It's called Free Will. I didn't know daffodils cried and jasmines wept along, their fragrance with grief tainted. It's free will they cry, weeping and laughing all at once. Did you know dancing on your toes or heels cures back pain? Resting in the chest a while, perchance binges the throat. Freewheeling is the gain, says the pain. Did you know drunken stupor forgets woes, yet is not the path alone? Very hot coffee will scald your palate, every sip down your gullet, thereafter frees you of all other pain, marking territory where it will. Did you know love, its face neither pretty nor ugly, nor spotless nor unmarred, will chase you out with nowhere to hide? Lay bare your gold shine, while a cat has 9 lives. Love's free will escapes none. My wrongs to their right do friends coax into these skinheads in crimson cloths, dye my will to theirs. May I be done with this ruse, enticing yet nefarious, is this cicada's nocturnal chorus. I can disaffect, detach, disown, and negate anyone at will. I'm learning on the job, liberating myself. All mismatches unlash until a day those chains I might choose again. Free will, they say, is a bane. And lastly, the mother. Allow me is the name of this poem. Allow me. Let me love the way I know how. Allow me the air upon mine, your breath. Sigh and exhale, inhale and gulp, that you I sculpt. Permit me, won't you, to slow down time, sweet memory, our paths converging, the slow dancing in the shine of the moon, 2 deer prancing. Unrushed, this is me, moments granted, your vision met mine and brushed my canvas, those long lashes, me burning to ashes turning. Allow me a life with you, forever imbued with the black and white of love and loss, our joint grief, those wounds inflicted, bruise perfected. And if you won't, then let me breathe just a little longer. Allow me to separate from my soul the danger, you my core, or die trying to untie the black from the white. Allow me, won't you? Thank you.
Thank you, Kamini. We now have our own Gayatri Majumdar, who is the curator of this festival, as we all know. Editor, publisher, founder of the critically acclaimed Brown Critique, it's a literary journal for over 2 decades. Gayatri began her career as a journalist in the PTI, and in the Independent in Mumbai. She has 8 books, which include A Song for Vela, which is a novel. Her most recent poetry collection is A Warm Place with No Memory. I think copies are available there. Gayatri.
So am I audible and the height is correct? Thank you so much, everyone, especially Srilata here. So the first poem, I hope to read 3 poems, but it depends on the time, of course. These are recent poems from my new manuscript, which I chose to call Slowing Down Time. But let's see how it all goes. So the first poem is called Leaf Scars. The Ekadashi moon plays peekaboo with Jupiter, swaying to the greens and browns of our night sky. We tiptoe into a dream, abandoning all caution. Some christened this place cafe. Hong Kong orchids shower purpling this tentative nowhere with lowered conversations about AI, dancing cutlery, caramelized amnesia around our tongues, and forgiveness. No tears welling around our crow's feet. This is the hour of leaving, of no returns, patterning scars as they leaf out. Now, lit up in a corner of our pathway, the spotlight is on all that's grieving. No one tells. Beauty emerges in what's never present. It's everywhere, disappearing even as I send this message across this day and universes. The moon knows how darkness is the key behind her glamour, the reason why she's gone completely mad. There will be more days like this, we are certain, we know. Constant motions, creations, pickling this, leaf scars, return our gaze. Transfixed, we fly, our hearts finally set free. Thank you. The next poem we have is called Sharanam, where many of you are living right now. And so I had written this at an art class was held there, and I didn't know what to do with the paints around, so I just scribbled a poem. So here we go. And this is especially for all the poets staying there now. Sharanam. Time stills, the fire consumes all. The truce has commenced within. Gnarled brown, black, and white kittens, motherless, listen to rustlings of a green day, craving pall and some warmth. The leaves whisper, this is your moment, your hour of glory. The storm will surely follow. This nowhere is everywhere, as lilac lilies wake from the deepest nidra, leaning against water bodies of slime and forgetfulness, while birds merry, narrating unbelievable events of this moisture-laden morning. We will surely capture something, freeze, dream hues of another realm, somewhere, here, there, everywhere, running the melody interspersed with peacock calls, truck honks, and arrivals. And you will not remember what you so doggedly wanted to forget. In the space, everything remains as it did when the first seeds cracked open suns. Butterflies emerged out of cocoons, baby squirrels scampered up wrong trees, admonished by everyone, including the wrong tree. Red centipedes mix with the color, determined to return to you what you can never own. You begin to walk away. Thank you. So the last poem, which is a mix of things, is called Lost in Transit. So I've had some very horrible experiences at airports, you know, where you keep running around and they keep searching you. And so this is Lost in Transit recently at Hyderabad International Airport. Every time I travel by flight, I lose an essential piece of me, something I can do without. Perhaps I should do without, but is key to my well-being. At the overlay at Hyderabad from Delhi, I seem to have lost the giant main key to surrender. Do not surrender if you find it. Surrender also my old home in Pondicherry. You know, the one with squirrels, parrots, dragonflies, toads, guppies, jasmines, frangipani, centipedes, cuckoos, one kingfisher, one Buddha, a family of barn owls, magpie robins, occasional peacocks and snakes, and neem and mango trees. Oh, and I'm about to leave it anyway, what with the blue moss and red cracks furrowing across the foreheads, unsettling even the Buddha. But it could have been an integral part of me, although it's not really now. Now I know. Then there are those earrings, those turquoise Tibetan ones, quaint teardrop danglers in silver tanka, and a red-blue flower pressed oh so elegantly in Auroville, my absolute favorites. From Mumbai to Kolkata, they inevitably peel off in singles, in layered fashion. I wonder, if they earn their freedom hard as they tried from my oppressive tenderness, my adoring gaze making them cringy teenage girls. B, I'm getting there sooner to my next destination. Letting go is a good learning. Who can argue that? I'm clearly annoyed with airports, their total lack of appreciation of these deep associations, their ability to identify what must be most dear to you and go for the kill. But I wish them well, hope they treat those tiny pieces of my being, my memory, with considerateness. Besides, often try as you might, you cannot hold on to them. The songs Ma sang along with the headphones, surround music around her ears. Shedin dujone dulechinu bone, bulodore badha dulona. Or the new old Philips record player father bought, playing Jim Reeves, Harry Belafonte, Joan Baez. In the closing hours of their lives in a house filled with gods, paramours, and ghosts, that surely is over. What of all the lost subjects we remember? How could something so precious not be just gems, turning ordinary days delectable with songs, theories, leaning against what, sorry, wrong page, delectable, turning ordinary days delectable with songs, theories, old black telephones, sweetened cha, and dinners at Waldorf. There will be occasional sorrow felt by those unmarked rainy days around the Sorobor, when the time is right. Held within the simulation of another turquoise sky, not quite lost yet. Thank you so much for listening to me.
Thank you so much, Gayatri, for your lovely, wonderful poems. And thanks to all of you for this energy that you brought in with your work, for sort of electrifying the space. We now close a short tea break, a 10-minute break, following which we will reconvene and we have a short devotional music session. And then we move on again to part 2 of the poetry readings. Thank you.
We'll continue with the next session after the tea. Hello everyone, welcome back. I hope the chai and whatever you had was refreshing. And we'd like to start our next session. I hope there's no one outside. Everyone's in. Unfortunately, I don't see Yamini. She's not yet returned. She was supposed to be back, so she went somewhere. She said she'll try to be back an hour ago, but then she's... So we have our next poet, Seema Jain, and it also happens to be a birthday, and we had a lovely little birthday celebration, so happy birthday once again. If everybody's in, can we begin? Yep. Done? Oh, great. Thank you. Thank you so much. Right, so Seema, you can come up. Seema Jain is a bilingual poet, short story writer, translator, editor, critic, who has been vice principal and head English department, KMV Jalandhar. She has, to her credit, the publication of 20 books with 3 in the process. And this poetry anthologies, one each for Satya Academy, which is for translated fiction. And of course, her poems have been globally anthologized, and she's the recipient of several, many awards, and speaker at JLF, Sahitya Academy, and SAARC countries Lit Fest, Foswal, where I think we first met. And I just wanted to just quickly mention, because it's getting a little late and dark, so we'll restrict to maybe 2-3 poems, 5 to 7 minutes each. That would be nice. Thank you. Sergey, can we fix the mic?
Thank you. So, thank you, Gayatri, Anju, Keshlilata, for having me here. It has been a wonderful experience, and because of lack of time, I won't say anything more. Coming straight to the poems. The first poem that I'm going to share with all of you today is Your Silent Love. The fragrance of roses around me grew in sweet abundance and filled me to the brim. I became accustomed to it. The gleam of sunshine in my window in the misty chill of December warmed my cramped bones. I became accustomed to it. The soothing rain showers after the scorching summer felt like heavenly bliss. I became accustomed to it. Your love, my love, silent, ubiquitous, fragrant like a rose, comforting like the winter sun, blissful like the cool drizzle. All along the zigzag paths of life, making each step a joyride. And for long, I remained accustomed to it. Till one fine morning, I got up with a nightmare of life without you. And I understood how much they mattered. The rose, the sunshine, the rain showers, and your silent love. That was the first poem. The next one is about the war zone. It was written looking at the mayhem in Gaza. But the world is no better since then. It's rather worse. An array of scattered, crushed utensils a child's milk tumbler buried under the debris, uncomprehending fear in his eyes, tears welling up, stuck at the eye's corner, refused to slide down the cheek. An entire kitchen, its countless scenes of familial bonhomie, cheer, and banter, reduced to rubble. Now, a burial ground for its members' mangled remains. Thousands of kitchens with their inhabitants scorched, burnt, or buried alive. Starving people lining up for food getting shot. An entire nation pushed to the brink of extinction. The world watches in consternation, mute and impotent. Is it crazy revenge or cunning genocide? How will those with the blood of innocents on their hands sleep in peace? Or will they, like Lady Macbeth, wash their hands again and again and again, trying to sweeten their fingers with the perfumes from Arabia? But alas, those same perfumes have today transformed into rivulets of blood, stinking of greed and inhuman tyranny. My next poem is about women. It's titled The Icebergs. It takes them thousands of years to be formed, and they are nature's creation. But some icebergs are an artifact, very cleverly crafted. Centuries of accumulation solidified them and made them seem invincible. Then it took another century to nudge the icebergs a little, to shift them, melt them, call for efforts bit by bit. But as thousands of small sparrows together can cover the whole sky with their wings and alter the direction of winds, mountains can likewise be moved, skies conquered, and icebergs melted if there is fire in the heart and iron in the soul. Icebergs of centuries of customs and rituals enslaved half the world's populace. It needs not a single day protest, flushed and forgotten, but each moment's mutiny, day in and day out, from womb to birth, from school to bus, to the food she eats, to the clothes she wears, to the thoughts she thinks, to the job she seeks. Each moment she lives to melt the icebergs a little. Thank you. I think it's time. Should I stop, or there's time for one more small poem? One small poem, okay. One minute. This poem is titled The Mahatma. I wandered through the busy streets, familiar ones, now so alien. Those same alleys traversed together by me and my fellow countrymen, where we sat in dharnas, where we were pushed and jostled, beaten with lathis, batons, and rifle butts by the brute force of a mighty empire. An empire we eventually shook, though countless of our fellow men were slain or jailed or tormented. We lived to see the radiant rays of a promised dawn, a dawn sullied by rivulets of blood, by haunting screams of millions displaced, a dawn eclipsed by dark, ominous clouds.
In these same alleys, we rose to rebuild broken bridges, to build new nests, to build our future anew. You named me Mahatma, but you also gunned me down. Today I revisit these same alleys, hoping to see happiness and cheer. But alas, today they look alien and far. I feel lost, bewildered, as my soul writhes to witness innocent blood still being spilled, this time by our own brethren. The hands on the guns are our own now, and my heart gets pierced by bullets once again. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Seema, for those powerful poems. Next is our very own again, K. Srilata. And I'll begin by saying that she was formerly a professor of English at IIT Madras and is currently distinguished visiting professor at SNU, Chennai. And she's, of course, a poet, writer, translator, and academic, a Fulbright Fellow, and a recipient of the Charles Wallace Writing Fellowship. Her most recent books include 2 anthologies of poetry, the best-selling Footnotes to the Mahabharata, which she will be, releasing tomorrow at Palais des Mahé, and 3 Women in a Single-Room House. The novel Table for 4, longlisted for the Man Asian Literary Prize in 2009, and many others. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Am I audible? Is this height okay? I'm afraid the mic will fall off. Thank you. Thanks. So I'm just going to do this neat thing of 2 poems from one collection and maybe 2 poems from the other, and stop with that. This is from 3 Women in a Single-Room House. It's the title poem. 3 women in a single-room house. 1. Not too small, not too big. This apartment with its balcony, on which our son can ride his tricycle, its kitchen with no walls so we can cook and still belong to the rest of the house, is what I have sold my diamonds for, thinking over the agent's glibness of my grandmother who had bequeathed them to me. They had once shone talisman-like in the dark of that small room where we 3 lay, she, my mother, and I, on the floor in a row, 3 women used to small spaces. My mother is sitting on the only bed in the only room in the house, writing something. When she's done, I find an ink stain on the sheets. It is an outstretched wing. 3. My grandmother is working her sewing machine in a corner of the only room in the house. She's making me a dress 2 sizes too large so you can grow into it, she says. And when it is done, go on, try it. 4. It was never more than 7 steps from anywhere to the only window in that single-room house, and I'd like to tell you that the sky floated in through the slats, filled us, my grandmother, my mother, and I, with spaciousness. I would like to tell you that we learned to take up space. The truth is, we just grew used to small spaces, the 3 of us, rough diamonds stuck in mines that run too deep to catch the light. Okay, to lighten the mood, this one is called Mr. Swami Tourist Guide Mahabalipuram, and I put it down exactly as it happened. It was a poem that got written during COVID, immediately following the COVID thing, when we were slowly, cautiously emerging, coming out of our houses. I think you will all get the drift. Mr. Swami Tourist Guide Mahabalipuram. He looks about 50, but you couldn't be sure. With the mask, there is no saying. Madam from Tamil Nadu, he asks hopefully. I nod. Not my husband, though, he isn't. A sigh escapes his lips. Then we'll speak English, madam. I'm born Trichy. I want to turn the clock back. I want to hear him speak Tamil mellifluously, like they do in Trichy, but it is too late. We are committed to this broken bridge of language. I am Mr. Swami, he says. I will tell you everything. All Mahabalipuram history need not to worry. 5 minutes into this, one of us has a question. Mr. Swami smiles. Listen and then in the end only questions, please. At the Shore Temple, he insists on taking pictures of the 4 of us. My daughter, earphones on, half listening to her online lecture. My son, nervous about posing with his mask off, but COVID's not gone yet, he says. We agree with Mr. Swami that the Pallavas are brilliant. Privately, we whisper, how unfair that the credit always goes to the kings. You see 2 Ganeshas at a temple top, at the entrance top. You know Ganesha? Ganesha is in Hindi language. In Tamil, Pillayar, elephant god. Ganesha, North Indian god, in the beginning. Pallava king first to make Ganesha sculpture and include here. But Ganesha is sitting outside the temple only, not inside. In the north, Ganesha having 2 wives, Riddhi and Siddhi. In the south, he is bachelor. In the south, Kartikeya Muruga is having 2 wives, Balli and Devayani. In the north, he is bachelor. All confusion only. Who is bachelor? Who is having wives? We should ask gods only. It's likely a story he tells tourists over and over, but it cracks us up. We laugh for the first time that afternoon, English, Tamil, and Hindi, very nearly forgetting themselves, meeting halfway on that broken bridge. Thank you. Okay, so this is my more recent collection, footnotes to the Mahabharata, poems on the Mahabharata in the voices of 5 female characters from the epic. And I'm going to read you one, and they're all based off retellings of the existing canonical text, right? And the other thing is that some of the, they're mostly in the form of dramatic monologues, and some of them also have a small haiku or haikai element. So just to give you that background. So this is from the Hidimbi sequence, and I thought Hidimbi would be a character familiar to most of us here, those of you who have think about the epic. And this is in Hidimbi's voice. They say, that I give off a certain animal smell, that I'm too much, too loud, too dark, too muscular, too wanton, that I'm a sorceress and a thief, that if only I had thought to look in the mirror, I wouldn't have dreamt of a Kshatriya man, that Rakshasi like me should know better, that good men should guard themselves against creatures like me, that trapped by the likes of us, they lose themselves. Palash flowers biting my lips until they turn red. Palash flowers biting my lips until they turn red. Thank you. So this is a Draupadi poem from Draupadi sequence, and it's a conversation or an imagined conversation between Draupadi's mother, the Queen Prishati, and there is this whole story of how Draupadi, before she got married to the Pandavas, that's the version of Draupadi all of us are familiar with, but that before that, she was really a scholar, a poet, and somebody who just liked to read and write a lot. Right? Says Queen Prishati to Draupadi, put away your quill. Put away that parchment, put away your quill. Scriptures and poems are of no use to women. Cast aside your coarse garments, drape yourself in these silks, try on these pearls, more lustrous than the moon. Put away that parchment, put away your quill. Mark my words, daughter, you won't go far with this life of the mind. Thank you.
Those were really good poems. Thank you, Srilata, so much. So we call on our next poet, Shonali Patnaik. Yes. So Shonali Patnaik is an award-winning feminist poet, academician, academician and visual artist, formerly assistant professor of English, permanent, I don't know what that means, but permanent, okay, at Kirori Mal College, okay, Delhi University, having taught at many other prestigious institutions across the country. Currently external expert on the board of studies of St. Xavier's College, Ahmedabad, and ILSASS, CVM University, Anand. She has an MPhil and with distinction from Delhi University and a PhD in English from Mumbai University with an expertise in gender, cinema, and body. She is the winner of the Orange Flower Award for Poetry 2021, W.E. Gifted Poet Award 2022, and her debut book of poems, When the Flowers Begin to Speak, Writers' Workshop, has been awarded the W.E. Illumination Award, which was featured in the prestigious Journal of Commonwealth Literature in 2022 and praised as truly a milestone in Indian feminist literature by Sudha Rai. Welcome.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you, Eric. Yeah, thank you so much. Okay. Thank you so much, Gayatri. Thank you, Anju. Thank you, Srilata, for this beautiful space and for inviting us and giving us this opportunity. Really, it's been so enjoyable listening to all of you. I'm going to start with a longer poem I recently wrote. I'm very inspired by a number of things, and this is inspired by rap, right? So I'm not going to rap, but it is inspired, so I'm just going to try and read it like that. Bear with me. Okay. It's a poem about what power does, and it can apply both at home. It can apply with what Israel is doing with Palestine. It basically is about how power tries to make you forget your history. It tries to make you rewrite your history, in which case, because of the theme of this beautiful festival about memory, basically when you remember, you also resist, right? That's what we can do as poets. It's called Blood Runs Deep. Drowning, drowning other voices, you go drowning, erasing, effacing, writing over the lines of my thoughts, my words, you scratch, you snatch with ownership clause. My truth you silence so hard, even thinking becomes suffering. You annihilate the other with the din of the self. You want to be master and lord, colonizer to colony. You believe you were first. You alone are and you alone own, beginning and ending at your own tail. Right, right, you crave to be right and light up on fire anyone who tries to breathe around you free with your facade or lies, and I feel as though I am crushed breathing flesh, tongueless, wordless, pulp effaced. But I am the ink of the printing machine, a lithograph of your attacks as you press down on me. When an authoritarian their power wields, it accidentally births a revolutionary dream. My tongue that is now bleeding, having been bit. My face that is now burning, having been lit. My head which is exploding now, having been hit with your bullet words, your aggression, your double-barrel lang beating down on my parole are now coming together slowly to form the body of a ghost. The spirit of rebellion, the quiet, truthful words of tomorrow. Because pulp forms a figure. Pulp makes paper. From pulp I sculpt a new being. Separate my parts. Your hate is molding together into one giant heart. It will pulverize power with the very art that you try to quash. Ink is how I think. Yes, my blood runs deep, but deeper runs my ink. Blood runs deep in the wounds it secretes. None can hurt you the way blood can. The words it drops carry the empty weight of history, the choking yoke of biology. Thud goes my heart, not knowing how to part from the ones it has chosen to love, hiding so that it could continue surviving.
But the poet who will not hide, the poet who was born at such a moment of annihilation, will now arise to counsel the child buried in my hide. Your dignity is being taken apart. Take heart, the poet tells the child. You have ink that will air out the stink. You have words that are free like birds. Your chrysalis verse transforms into wings when you let words fly on the sheets of paper skies, their tails of flaming phoenix. All you need to do is arise. Cages will melt, bullets turn to powder that will meet with dust. Gaping wounds will form into multiple mouths, not the place that they harm, your mouth, but the place where the light is born. I become the poet. I abandon my hide. My words are now no longer just words. They're not just read or heard. They inscribe my rebellion against erasure. They are self-writing mutineers. They are the traces of history that will seep through the thickest of shrouds and map the blood over the blisters. With ink as tongue and tool, your body is a battalion. Truth and dissent are my retina. They absorb your blinding hate and refract it into insight. My hands sculpt their own freedom from the cement you poured upon them. I am born as a poet, neither from experience, as Blake will have us believe, neither from experience nor innocence, but through the songs of rebellion. Not through blood, but through words, I pass into light. Yes, blood runs deep, but my truth runs deeper. My lines speak back, parole to your lang. My memory you dismember. My writing will remember. Thank you so much. Okay, so this one is a poem I wrote for Gitanjali Dilip and her team, the Soul Scribers Anthology. It's a recent poem. This was a very difficult poem to write. I watched a video, so many of us have been doing, watching the news, of a young girl who lost her mother in the genocide in Gaza. Heartbreaking, right? And she recognized her from her hair, her mother's body. Yeah, so it's called Spring in Her Hair. Why do the hills and meadows insist on being covered with white magnolias, daisies, lavender, even as the graves fill quickly? Death rises and entwines with their stems like smoke, and blood waters the very soil. Fakwa iris. Fakwa iris is a national flower of Palestine, today threatened by its name and by its existence, almost going extinct. Fakwa iris in their eyes, would not even the tears they weep rise tall into a red and purple spring? She's my mother, I know her from her hair. A young girl screams as they hold her back from witnessing the horror of her mother's murdered body. Her howls shatter, bleed. Her mother's hair was made of olive leaves and flaming poppies with strands of white, reflecting the early March sunlight. It flows deep inside the soil now. One day, the very ground where they lay her to rest will grow trees, for her very soul was made of spring. Will this spring orphan girl ever sing? Thank you. How am I doing by way of time, Gayatri? 2 short poems, or I'm all out of time? Very short, 4 lines. Yeah, sure? Okay. I'll end with 2 very, very short. One is 4 lines, really. You may have heard it before, and the other one is just many few. This is about how many of us watch wrongdoing, but we never question the wrongdoer. We ask the person the sufferer, why are you suffering? Why did you take it? And so on and so forth. Many few. Few will ask of the wrongdoer why they did wrong. Fewer will ask of witnesses why they stood back watching. Many will ask the survivor why they took the wrongdoing. Most will ask these questions. Why did you wait so long to leave? Why do you feel you can speak out now? Why don't you consider the consequences of your speaking out on the wrongdoer?
Why don't you speak out? Why don't you leave? Why this way? Why they? Why you? Why now? Most, many, few, but of your violence, only you. And most will believe they are the greater common good. Thank you, thank you. And the last poem is just 4 lines. These 2 were from my book, When the Flowers Begin to Speak. This is published by Writers Workshop. I would love it if those of you who liked it actually pick up the book. I wrote this for our daughters, really, for my daughter and for women out there. So the violence that we face in society doesn't keep continuing, right? Whether it's domestic violence, intimate partner violence, I think if you can do that, that is wonderful. It's a 4-line poem. It's called Bleeding. Yeah. You may cut my tongue with the blade of your hate. You may cut my tongue with the blade of your hate. I will bleed truth through other gates. Thank you so much. Thank you.
That was really powerful. And I wish you really rapped to the first one. That would have been sensational. Thank you, Sonali. So our next poet is Sudha Chandrasekhar. Sudha is coming off a bit. Okay. Sudha currently lives in Mumbai with her family, a mother of 2 and a cat mom too. She has worked as a banker and as a French teacher. Her works have appeared in the Bangalore Review, the Punch magazine, Gulmohar Quarterly, among others. Welcome.
Hello everyone, good evening. Closer? Yeah, okay. As you can see, I'm new to the festival circuit. My first poem is called Long Distance Call for Ronak, my son, who decided to surprise me this evening. Long Distance Call. We have moved from Chennai to Delhi, you and I. Not a word of Hindi you have spoken ever. On a walk around the colony, we meet my colleague and her son. Beta, hello karo, she says. You look at me, you face a question mark. You say, hello karna nahi aata? Shake hands with him, I whisper, and you catch on. We wait for the DTC bus number 520, and army trucks rumble by. You wave at the men in fatigues. Say, Amma, just like Bosnia on BBC, no? I drop you at the daycare at 9 and worry at work until 5. In the evenings, we are at the ramshackle swings in the colony. You, building a conversation, bridging Tamil, Hindi, English, and Haryanvi, making friends at a speed I envy. One day, you tell the press wala's daughter, Acha, aaj muffler pehen ke aayi ho. I write about it in my next letter, and your appa can't believe it. Once every week, we go to the phone booth in the Sector 6 market at 9 p.m. to make long-distance calls at half rate on Apache phone line to your appa in Chennai. I ask him about his job search in Delhi, my fingers crossed. This RK Puram is nice, you declare approvingly. And did you know, Appa? Here, all Annas are Bhaiyas, and all Akkas are Didis. We all laugh heartily, and I hold back tears of I don't know what. Thank you. This one is called, am I audible? Okay. Here comes the sun after Gabriel Calvocoresi, sorry. The days she doesn't want to bunk school are extraordinarily sunlit. She lets her moat down, lets me enter her fortress. The days her eyes meet mine. The days she talks about university courses, gossip about A's boyfriend, and how they were caught holding hands in class. The days she lets me oil her hair, says, let's go to the mall after school. The days we browse in H&M, she says, never buy fast fashion. She deftly swipes blush on her forehand at the Sephora counter, multi-hued swatches glimmering as she gestures while we chatter well into the evening. The days she wears a bright yellow t-shirt that shouts in big font, here comes the sun. We bake a tres leches topped with fat strawberries. I kid you not, it's better than the one from the gourmet bakery. It's lighter than cloud. The days I sleep through the night, the days I don't wait to sink into her room when she is asleep, just to check if she is breathing. The days I don't secretly call her friends to ask if she seems okay. I want to shout from the terrace, look at my beautiful girl. Why don't we have a name for such days? This one's called Short Rains. These December rains are called short rains in this country. They arrive quietly, falling without fanfare, seeping into the red earth. Rain is called mvua in Kiswahili. The M sound softer than in the Tamil Marai. Here, the M is only a half syllable, gone before you hear it. Like the young bride decades ago who stayed silent through cloudbursts of conflict. Who taught her that holding her tongue erased the creases that marriage brought? This year, the rains fall unabated. They pierce the skies, frantic, unapologetic. This year, the short rains will last longer. Do I have time for it? This one is called Andhi. I have an epigraph, the violent flurry of affections we call home, from a poem by Sarah Costa. I remember it was in our week-old Delhi home. It was the day you said you love me. It was 6:30 p.m. and I was struggling with the pleats of my crisp cotton sari. I remember your soft knock at the door, your hurried pacing outside. How much longer, you asked? We are expected at 7. I remember we had to carry our friend's crockery bag. Where the hell are the plastic carry bags, you asked? Lower left pantry shelf, I said. No, they're not there. And how much longer? Your voice insistent. My fumbling fingers dropped another pleat. I remember my first summer andhi and not realizing it was building up. You finding the bloody plastic bags. And who keeps a plastic bag of plastic bags? I do, I wanted to say, but I didn't. I remember ditching the sari and showing up in a salwar kameez, my tears too proud to show up. I remember that first fight and not putting up a fight. Of course not, I said, when your friend smilingly asked, trouble in paradise? I remember loving you came easy, living with you did not. Thank you.
Thank you, Sudha. I love the last one. I read it, you had sent it to me, and it was really, touched on. So our next poet is Tuhinbal, and he's got a really short biography, so I'll read the entire thing. And he's a writer, translator, and editor working across Hindi, Bengali, and English. His debut book as co-editor and part translator, Perennial, the Red River Book of 21st Century Hindi Poetry, was published in 2025, which will also be launched tomorrow at Palais de Mahe, recipient of the Dipankar Kiwani Memorial Poetry Prize 2022. He is a former mentee of the South Asian Literature and Translation SALT project and a translation fellow at the South Asia Speaks Mentorship Program class of 2025. He has also edited The Body is the World Selected Poems by Hoshang Merchant, which will also be released tomorrow at Palais de Mahe, forthcoming from Red River, and received an English PN grant for his sample translation of Rishikesh Sulabh's Hindi novel, Datta Peer. Tuhin lives in Bangalore. Welcome, Tuhin.
Hello, hello. This is fine? Yeah. I was just telling Manav how managing a microphone seems the most terrifying task. So I think I would really like to thank Sergey. He's been coming up for each of the poets, right? So big thanks to Sergey. Yeah. I am planning to read a couple of my translations. Right, and then short lyric poems, and then if we have time, I think I can read a poem of mine. The poet is D. Jivananda Das. The first poem is called Muhurto. Muhurto. আকাশে জ্যোৎস্না বনের পথে চিতাবাগের গায়ের ঘ্রাণ হৃদয় আমার হরিণ যেন রাত্রির এই নীরবতার ভিতর কোন দিকে চলেছি রূপালী পাতার ছায়া আমার শরীরে কোথাও কোনো হরিণ নেই আর যতদূর যায় কাস্তের মতো বাঁকা চাঁদ শেষ সোনালী হরিণ শস্য কেটে নিয়েছে যেন তারপর ধীরে ধীরে ডুবে যাচ্ছে শত শত মৃগেদির চোখের ঘুমের অন্ধকারের ভিতর Moment. Moonlit sky. On the forest pathway, a leopard's smell. My heart is a deer. Where am I veering off in the night silence? Leaves dapple my body with the silver shade. All deer have vanished from the world now. No matter how far I drift, the sickle-bent moon has reaped even the last golden deer harvest. And then, how slow and slowly it goes on sinking beneath the dark slumber of hundreds upon hundreds of doe eyes. Thank you. The second poem, I wish I had lighter poems, but I don't. Second poem is called Mrito Mangsho. ডানা ভেঙে ঘুরে ঘুরে পড়ে গেল ঘাসের উপরে কে তার ভেঙেছে ডানা জানে না সে আকাশের ঘরে কোনোদিন আর তার হবে না প্রবেশ জানে না সে কোনো এক অন্ধকার হিম নিরুদ্দেশ ঘনায় এসেছে তার জানে না সে সে যে আর পাখি নয় রং নয় খেলা নয় তাহা জানে না সে ঈর্ষা নয় হিংসা নয় বেদনা নিয়েছে তারে কেড়ে সাধ নয় স্বপ্ন নয় একবার দুই ডানা ছেড়ে বেদনারে মুছে ফেলতে দিতে চায় রূপালী বৃষ্টির গান রৌদ্রের আস্বাদ মুছে যায় শুধু তার মুছে যায় বেদনারে মুছিবার স্বাদ The translated title is Dead Meat. Wings snapped, spinning round and round, she falls upon the grass. Who snapped her wings, she does not know. Will she never ever return to a home in the sky? She does not know. Which is this cold, dark, abysmal place she has succumbed to? She does not know. Alas, she is bird no more, stripped of color, of play. She does not know. Not envy, not malice, pain has taken her away. No desire, no dreams, but for the last time, fluttering her wings, she longs to erase the pain. Instead, what gets erased? Songs of silver rain, the sun's delight, and even her wish that pain be erased. Do we have time? Yeah, one poem, yeah. Yeah, this is a longish poem. I'll just read one. The title is Hallucinations at Hell's Cliff. If any one of you have been in Gokarna, if you take, so basically it consists about 4 to 5 beaches, and if you trek from one point to the other, you can do the whole trek. You can cover the whole 4 to 5 beaches. And there's a point which is almost untrackable. It's hardly on Google Maps, called Hell's Cliff, where it's you have no. It's just it's just a cliff. Yeah. So hallucinations at Hell's Cliff. 1. Nights illiterate. The city hackneyed us through processions of habit. We, in stolid strides, fled northwest, witnessed summer stew like a rue. Trees, shacks, tarred participles of sweat to guide both our uncalloused mouths. Allied the tides, full anchors, half ocean, new shade, never rain. The coast dwindled, swayed against the crops, stone-eyed, like weed, we stood. Beneath the Arabian vein and defeated, and suddenly passing the rain. 2. Aloof the cliffs, we took turns counting ships. Now, men, meandering fields for 3,000 years, lay blistered. What bargain it was, that time. How once allowed so much for so little, decades at once, snagged back all again. Ferries arrayed, boats jerked their limpid sails, rafts, kayaks, canoes. Good at gestures, we got greedy, we got made. The pink prawns, when lunch was induced to us, who's to say were abused? Squid rings burnt, the sauce so loose. 3. As the surrogate sea snorted high on your face, I strolled along, sketching the trapezoidal bottoms of dogs midair. Flies posed still. Mazes and mazes of women stood leaned, conical, went nowhere. Their corn ears heard nothing at all. Puny cows, chuck-marked, kept yawning as if sleep could only be their dream. Hawks and the seagulls killed for fun, while lobsters buried themselves meek. The beach made men out of men. A cat kissed your feet. 4. Roads stretched everywhere, relentless as dirt. Keats blushed more than he could love or prove, embarrassed by the sober beauty of corn. A conceit, I too dreamt of lost vocabularies, dusting most between nostrils. Sublime my madnesses, like joy they spiraled me, and I spun blue. We could not meet again. Hills in the distance squealed, not even as strangers. This much was true. We gouged each other's eyes, our private rendezvous. 5. On our way back, we could have left some vision behind. We were too wise. The sea, your hammock lulled you to sleep again and again. Dylan said that the songs came to him, that the voices speak. We heard so much for a while, my desires weak, stale, my desire merely a handful of sand. My desire was 600 seagulls choking on the bones of arid fish, all at once. And the coastline stood etherized as fear-stricken hands. 6. The sky, belligerent, glimmered as a snark of elephants crossed the jungle. My desires, one of their trunks, drinking water in the dark. We could not meet again, not even as strangers. The night, a crab, clawing, barely live, dead dire, barely smart. What my body never required of your body will be sung. Longing is the one apology we manage. The way mute sand still slips through my pockets, untranslatable as stars. Thank you.
The next poet is taller than I am, so you'll have to hang around. Okay, sorry about that. So those were some really, really striking lines. Thank you, Tuhin. The next poet is from one of my hometowns, Amanita. Where is she? Oh, yeah, Amanita Sen. She's the author of 3 books of poetry and scripts for 3 short films. Is also a critic, translator, and volume editor for translated works in Bengali. She volunteers in organizing literary meets and actively practices mental health in her home city, Kolkata. Welcome, Amanita, so much.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you so much for having me here. So grateful.
Um, I'm I feel like reading this sonnet. Shonali wrote a rap, and I'm going back 600 years. This is a Petrarch sonnet, the Italian style. For his home, when grandfather was leaving, ending with us his stipulated stay, inconsolable was I, is the least I can say. Catastrophe it was, asking for bereaving. Oblivious to the fact then that act of exiting, as normal as the light of day, often easy as a child's play, could teach me all about the need for grieving. Enough leaving seen since for the heavens, or a faraway stop of bus. Memories of sharing enlivens the otherwise dull exodus. While one remembrance poetry awakens, others die arbitrary without a ruckus. Thank you. Sorry for this. So I come from Tagore's land, Tagore's birthland. My second poem is titled The Drug Directory. I am quickly skimming through its pages, searching for the medicine. Chameleon words changing meanings with each chapter of life, yet still retaining their medicinal odor, dispelling the choking clouds in the throat tunefully, embalming the wounds, the freshly gashing ones, those indifferently numb, those dripping sores, swathing them to dryness, caressing them fondly, knowing they need a healed restart, the ever-updated drug directory, Gitobitan. You must be knowing Gitobitan is Tagore's songbook. At the airport terminal, the mustard yellow of her dupatta matches with my kurti color as we stand side by side, like our golden deserts merge on either sides of the boundary that part us. Our skin colors match, so do our expressions, a little lost, flustered at the shared fate of delayed flights, hers to Lahore, mine to Kolkata. Writ large on her faces, on our faces, the uncertainties of the day. But we smile, a big one. Joke about our same clothes, same skin, same delayed flight time. Not writ large for this while on our faces, the stories of shared betrayals, the hush of the missile-laden shared borders. And just the last one. Would you be? No, I'm not finding it, so maybe that was the last one. Okay. Okay. I wrote day before yesterday. A smile between gods.
The fourth question of the man driving me into Pondicherry: what is your favorite god, madam? I don't miss the smile his lips break into when he shows the veil of Murugan, his favorite god, on his breastlet. It protects him, he said. The sea in the rainy season mauls his home as easy as bombs wrecking quiet lives, he adds. The car needs overhauling each year, he smiles. Thinning vegetation, lakes filled for real estates, his urban life stories match mine, I tell him. He smiles. My favorite god is Shiva, I tell him. Oh, Sivan, he is Murugan's dad. This time he smiles, a wide one, warm from a newly found kinship. Of course, I smile back to him. Thank you.
That, poem you found unexpectedly was really a treat for us. Thank you. We don't have Rita tonight because she's unwell. So we have our last poet. A very warm welcome to Kanla Singh, who's a writer and researcher from New Delhi. She is a graduate of the MFA in Creative Writing Poetry at the University of Pittsburgh, where she was a Dietrich Fellow. Her poems appear or are forthcoming from publications such as Plowshares, Rattle, Frontier Poetry, Southeast Review, and the Penguin Book of Poems on the Indian City, among others. Her writing has received support from the Bread Loaf Writers Conference, Sangam House, International Writers Residency, Community of Writers, and Hudson Valley Writers Center. Welcome.
Good. Can you all hear me? Yeah. Thank you to everyone for gathering here for poetry in the midst of this chaos. I'll read 3 poems, and if time permits, close with a poetry manifesto of sorts. And the other thing I just want to say really quickly is that a lot of my work contains allusions to gendered violence. So if that's not your speed, or, if you don't want to sit with that tonight, please step out, take care of yourselves, so on and so forth. So the first poem is after Sharon Olds, and it's called My Mother Before Me. I used to be the belle of every ball. Each black and white frame I entered sparkling silver. In each boyish heart I carved open the glimmer of a world promised on a platter. When I first saw him, your father, tall and self-made, standing in a simple shirt in that dorm party in Moscow, I walked past all those green, wide-eyed boys still tied to their mother's ballus. I used to be a scientist, and when he offered me his humble world down on one knee, I saw a planet in those brown eyes, the ones you would borrow, and your black curls orbiting around us forever. For years after, I used to study pictures from a honeymoon in Goa, me leaning against his shoulder, those brown eyes looking away. We rubbed against each other like tectonic plates, heaving till you were born. I used to love the stairs in the home we moved into, the light falling on them, even the peeling yellow paint on the walls. And you, walking up and down that staircase, with your curls in your red dress, like a little doll. I was a biochemist, moving to the lab in Delhi from Russia. I didn't remember how to say test tube in English. The long hours and shifts, watching you cling to him even after I returned. And then You said, Papa, before Mama. I quit my job to be close to my little girl, to tend to your hair and its beautiful tangles. I had to throw a mug of water in it just to be able to comb it. But the stairs kept moving, and the rose rushed out of my cheeks. When his hands moved over me, I used to scream your name, saying, Niggy, please save me. But you were too much like me, the apple of a father's eye, and you never came. Thank you. Thank you for being such a supportive audience. The second one, this is an older poem, which I decided to read today in light of the ongoing blackout in Afghanistan. It was written it's a letter. It's called Letter from Delhi to Kabul. It was written on August 29, 2021. And the context is that as the Taliban moved into Kabul and the tanks took over the city, I was desperately trying to get in touch with my friend Sophia, who is from Kabul, and I didn't know whether she was safe. And it was just, it was trying to find, this letter was a way to try and speak to her. Later on, it turned out that she got out and she is still safe. But this is to capture that moment, and also just to, is dedicated to all women in Afghanistan right now. Letter from Delhi to Kabul. Sister, I have spent all day looking for those jhumkas heavy with silver. I know you like them light, but heavy is traditional, and I wanted you to have the best, you had said, pressing the pendulums into my palms. All morning, I searched for the light you gave me, the sparkle of glass beads, red, pink, blue, green. I love Delhi. There I can go to the mall alone, and it's so safe. Safe, I remember thinking, such a relative term. Us giggling over popcorn at a movie in Kathmandu, exchanging notes on the pressures to marry and make babies, tap dancing through a sunlit mall in Delhi. And now, tanks take over your city, angry fistfuls of men erupting from the earth. My sister, how do I hold you in prayer, your laughing eyes, the way your scarf slips when your hair catches the light. Thank you. This third poem is after Terence Hayes. It's called Pind, which in my mother tongue, which is Punjabi, just means village, simply. Pind. I come from a village hollowed by dredges of my grandmother's dreams, lust in a line of daughters, afraid of no animals except handsome cousins with pink lips and flushed faces. Afraid of sugarcane fields and their eerie stalks, the biceps of boys who wrenched them out. I believed all the stories they told about me. Stomach fat, girl chasing chickens in the backyard, shalgam pulled fresh and muddy from the earth, laughter spangling the winter sun. They say I climbed trees to escape games men played in haystacks, books under my arm. I come from men slamming a girl against a wall, 12 years old, her blood polka dotting the room. On the curved step of our neighbor's home, a chicken had strayed too far from the backyard. Then little carcasses appeared on our plates, freshly stewed in curry juice. Before the walls, there were fields. Before the fields, there were women who let dupattas slip from their heads, but we don't talk about them anymore. I come from whimpers escaping lips barely sewn, summers with no electricity, no shade. I come from playing house with clay too soft, too fresh to mold into the makings of a home. I come from the long, limp walk marked by the cries of a little girl. Tell me what you carry of her, now that your eyes are no longer closed, now that your stomach folds with stretch marks. I wake sometimes in another country with thorns erupting from my skin. Yesterday, I cried in the neon aisles of a department store because I couldn't find a pair of tights. A stranger held my hand and led me to the right aisle, her touch a brush of fresh flowers. Do I have time for one last poem? Yeah, okay. So this last one, and thank you for being such a wonderful audience. I know everyone's had a long day. But thinking about the conversations we've been having here and bridging the personal and the political, this was trying to answer the question of why poetry. I'd like to dedicate it to all the people in Gaza right now. Ars Poetica. Because every song begins within the body. Because marigolds adorn us on Diwali, Shadis, and in death. Because flowers are what I know, and they're shredding. Because each petal and leaf I study reminds me of God, my Father, his palms pressed against my skull. Because every time I tell a story, it begins and ends with horns. Because my parents were once gods. Because I have a deep love for mud and earth. Because Ramallah has the words Ram and Allah in it, and everything sacred has a bomb set loose on it. Because I pick the marigold each time, plain, unadorned, off the earth. Because home is far away, and I must write to keep it close. Because a lifetime is what it takes to walk a city into our bones. Because even then, especially then, the sky can break and destroy every shrine you love. Because even the hardy marigold dies with too much heat and sun. Because the world is a series of snapped flower stems, carcasses littering sidewalks. Because even bruised and purple and bleeding, I loved my father. Because look, this rubble, this sidewalk, this bloom that insists on growing through the cracks. Thank you.
Actually, I really don't have much to say. This is the end. Yep. Okay. So thank you, Sergey, for all your running around and your help. But thank you, Kandla, for those poems. It's such an apt way to end this, evening and this day at Unity with all the troubled times that we are facing and everything that's happening around us. Thank you to everyone for being honest about what's going around. And there's so many poems about Gaza. I'm really thankful for that. So Srilata, would you like to just say, because Anju is also not there, so I would love Srilata to also, say a vote of thanks and some closing remarks. Thank you, Srilata.
Really bad at this vote of thanks thing, but I think it was really a lovely evening. When we all set out from Sharanam on that bus, and it was so hot on the way, and I said, I don't know if I can last all evening, but not only did I last it, all of us lasted, and we lasted really well. So I think there's 3 cheers to all of us. So thank you for staying the course, and thank you for all the gift of your poetry, and for coming all the way and staying till the end. Thank you. And thank you to Sergey for your help, and all of you, without whom I think none of this would have been possible.
Yes, so Biswajit, Surinder, Ram, and Ashok, of course, all of them who's been helping us. You should come in front here. Please come up and photo. Yeah. So, of course, what would we do without pictures? Sudha is coming back, so please come, all of you. And the team here, Unity, you can also come up, please. Come, Ashok, please.